Testing. Testing sound. Testing sound. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing sound. Sound. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, goedenavond of goedemiddag. Welcome and bonjour. Well, welcome to the final table of the WSOP circuit event here from Brussels. This is a big one. We had 293 runners and only 9 players remain. And they're gonna battle it out for a big first place prize of 100,000 euros. And the fun thing about this final table is we have people from all over Europe, different nationalities. We have Germans, we have a Dutch player, we have someone from Spain, we have someone from the UK, we have a guy from Denmark, so it's all over the place. And as I said, we're playing for a really big first place prize, 100,000 euros. And still plenty of room to play, as you can see by the chip counts. There's a few really big stacks, a few guys around 50 big blinds, and a couple of shorties, a nice mixed bag. And we're gonna listen to the speaker announcing the players. I will introduce the players to you as we go along. So Surab Baratse, seat 1 from Georgia. Seat 2, Mark Jansen from Netherlands. Adrian Garcia in seat number 3 from Spain. Alexandre Mazirazzi from Georgia. Ricardo Manca from France. Julien Sibon in seat 6 from France. Pierre Maggi, he's from Belgium. Paul McLaughlin from the UK. And Mick Hedder from Denmark. So as I said, many different nationalities represented here at the final table. The blinds are 12,000, 24,000 with a pretty big ante, 4,000 ante. And the button is in seat 4 and we're about to start the final table, playing for 100,000 euros. You can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us on Facebook Live, and of course you might be watching through the Viage website. So the WSOP circuit event here in Brussels, first time we have a WSOP here in Brussels, and also the first time that we're live streaming from Brussels. This live stream is a collaboration between PokerCityNL and Viage and the WSOP, of course. My name is Mark Rovers, and I'll be guiding you guys through this final table. And we have it all in immediately. It's Mick Hedder, the Danish player. He's all in from under the gun +1. And it's about 313,000. And it seems he's been called. It's it's the player from Spain, Adrian Garcia Galipenso, who's made the call. And he's one of the bigger stacks. Still, it's over a quarter of his stack. Action now with Alexandra Masarunza. I hope I pronounced it right. It's tough names from Georgia, but he folds. Small blind folds. And a big blind fold. So we get a showdown. It's pocket sevens against two nines. Two black sevens against the red nines of Garcia. Garcia in the lead, and he's the biggest stack. So Mick has to hit a 7 to survive. It's ace 10-4. It's not looking good for our Danish player. He's looking for a 7. It's a 3 of spades. Only a 7. It's an 8, close, but no good enough. And we lose a player in the very first hand. Mick Hedder from Denmark is going to be our 9th place finisher. Pretty short final table experience for our Danish player. Pretty standard shove though, pocket sevens and a short stack. Not much he could do there. Pretty much a cooler, and that means we're down to 8 players. And Galipenzo Garcia moves into second place with 1.6 million. Our chip leader Ricardo Mancan from France. Someone mentioned to me earlier he's a player to watch out for. I was told by a French player that he considers Ricardo Mancan one of the best players from France. So he didn't disappoint so far. He's chip leader on our final table. And Garcia doesn't waste time to get back in the action again. He raises from the hijack, makes it 55,000. Our chip leader, Mankar, makes a call. He will be in position. And Pierre Magui makes a call from the big blind, so we're gonna see a three-way flop. And the flop comes ace, queen, deuce, rainbow. Magui has checked and action to the Spaniard. You can expect him to continuation bet at a high frequency on ace high boards. He's the player most likely to have a big ace as he raised up the action. And he continuation bets and he takes it down. One player we saw earlier this week, Julien Sibon from France. He was at the final table of the 3K high roller. I believe he finished in third place, and once again he has reached the final table, which is quite an accomplishment. Looking at the field size, once again 293 players entered this tournament, buy-in of 1,675 euros. We had 2 starting days, and players could re-enter each day once. And because of that big starting field, now we have a really nice first place prize of 100,000 euros. And there's a 3-bet by our chip leader. It's Matsuratse who raises from the hijack. And Mankan, who's on the cutoff, makes it 125k. A reasonably small 3-bet, but he's in position. And he's putting a lot of pressure on the man from Georgia. And I've played with Matsuratse in this tournament actually, and from what I've seen, he's been playing really slow, but I'm happy to see that he decides this time pretty fast to make the call. Matsuratse starts his hand with a little over 1 million. Now he has like 3.5 times the pot behind. Flops ace king 6 with 2 clubs, which should be a pretty good flop for the range of the man from Georgia, because it's pretty tough to call a 3-bet out of position, so he's gonna have a lot of strong hands. Many of them contain an ace or a king. So after Matsuratse checked the flop, Mankan bets 135,000 and action is back on the man from Georgia. And as I said, I expect him to play relatively slow, but so far it's looking good. He decides to fold and the pot goes to Mankan. There's quite a few players in this tournament from Georgia. I'm not really sure why it's such a popular tournament for them, but someone told me apparently there's a lot of live satellites, or somehow those players decided to come here, and we also have a stream with Georgian commentary, so that's interesting. We just corrected the spelling for his name, Maizuratse. The spelling is correct, now the pronunciation. That's the next step. It's a tough name. Especially when you're used to having only Dutch names. At least we have one player from the Netherlands, Mark Jansen, typical Dutch name. You can interact with us through the YouTube chat, on Twitch or Facebook chat. There's many ways you can contact us. PokerCityNL on Twitter, for example. And I'll keep an eye on those feeds. And if you have a question or a comment, just let me know. If you're posting something on Twitter, use the hashtag WSOP Viage on the right corner of your screen, right bottom corner. Sibon raises to 50,000. Julien Sibon, a French player who, outside of poker, has a pretty busy schedule because apparently he's semi-well known in France. He is in television series. He's an actor in a television series, and he's also been in a few movies. I spoke to him about this, and he told me the show he's in has a couple of million viewers, so that's a lot more than people who are watching the stream for now. So Maggie 3-bets and takes it down. Pierre Magui, also a player who I've played with before. He was on the Belgian national team actually at the Coupe des Nations in Morocco, where I was as well. And pretty good player from what I could see. I'm curious to see what he's got in store for us on this final table. And you can see Georgia on the back of Zurab Benatze, who is a proud Georgian. And as I mentioned, a lot of exposure for these guys. There's a few live reporters who are keeping an eye on just the players from Georgia. And you can see them, you could see them running around with their phones, filming everything on a mobile phone. It was pretty funny. I've never seen that before. They were hovering around the tables all the time, those journalists. It was kind of funny. They seem very passionate about the game, and that's something I like to see. Moncan opens up and takes it down. Yeah, as I mentioned, Moncan is a well-known player within the French circuit. He's got tons of cashes on his handemap. He has $631,000 in live earnings. So that's a decent amount, and he's won some big tournaments. For example, he won a WPT National in Marrakesh, winning 127,000 euros in October 2013. And in Marrakesh, he was also fortunate enough to win a WSOP circuit event. So it's not his first chance at a circuit ring. And that victory netted him 115,000 euros. So big score for him there. Many cashes in Marrakesh. That's interesting. I know a lot of French players love to go to Marrakesh in Morocco. Very popular destination, of course, also because in Marrakesh many people speak French, so that's useful. Blind battle between the Dutchman and the Spaniard, and it's Mark Jansen dragging the pot. I'm, as you might have noticed, I'm Dutch, and I know a lot of Dutch players, but I have to admit that Mark Jansen is a new face for me, and very little is known about his poker history. Action folds to the button, and that's the Dutch player. I'm actually pretty surprised to see Jans here at the final table. He was short stacked throughout the day yesterday, and felt like he was barely hanging on, but somehow he managed to build up a stack. He's a contender now. He opens the button to 57k. And he's called in two spots by both the blinds actually. Ace King deuce flop, and once again I expect the pre-flop aggressor to bet often, but he's not gonna get the chance because Majerat is beating him to it. He bets out, and it seems like a pretty big bet as well, 116k. Interesting decision to lead out. I can't think of too many hands which I would lead. He's a kind of interesting player, this Georgian fella. He's been leading many flops. I was railing yesterday, and I could see him bet out on many flops where most players wouldn't lead. and I couldn't get a grasp on what type of hands he was leading. Especially on a board like this, it doesn't make too much sense to lead anything. If you have, if let's say you have an ace, for example, like a hand like ace 10, if you lead out, you give your opponents the opportunity to fold for cheap if they have, if they don't have an ace, and if they do have an ace, well, then you might get into trouble because if they have a bit bigger kicker than you, then you're building a pot for them. And let's see how Garcia responds, because it seems he's raising. It's a pretty big raise. Let's see, he's gonna make it 225k, and the Georgian raised all in. Is what I'm pretty sure he raised all in, and that's interesting as well. But he takes it down, that's for sure. And this shove also, as I mentioned, a pretty interesting play, because let's say he has a big hand, for example, a set of deuces, and then it would be a shove where he's gonna scare off his opponent often, and you don't want to scare away your opponents if you have such a big hand. So, and let's say he doesn't have a really big hand, a hand like ace 10, as I mentioned. If he shoves and his opponent has a better ace, he's probably gonna call, and then you're in big trouble. And if he folds, then you made a worse hand fold. And that's not something you want either. You want your opponent to keep bluffing if you have the best hand. So I'm not sure what to make of this shove, but it worked out pretty well for him. And Majorat's one of the biggest stacks. Right now he's on 1.4 million. And action folds to him in a small blind. And he raises to 52k. Now, I don't see Ricardo folding too often. He's in position, he has a chip lead, and he can put a lot of pressure on his opponent. So I expect him to at least defend often, and that's what he's doing. Flops king 10-5 rainbow. Pretty tough to put players on a hand in a blind battle, but I'm gonna give it a go. Majoratse thinking about his next move. He decides to check. You would think if he completely missed the flop, he would be tempted to bet and try to take it down. So does that mean he flopped some sort of pair and is gonna try to get it to showdown, or does it mean he's just giving up? Ricardo is gonna try and find out. He's betting 70k. Action back over to the Georgian, and he's gonna make the call. So I feel like he's gonna have, or is it a raise? No, it's a call. And I feel like he's gonna have some sort of showdown value often, like mainly a 10 or a 5. Once again, a check by Mazuratse. I feel like he's check calling twice often. At least twice. When check on the turn, and now the Georgian leads the river, and he gets called. Shows down a6 for a pair of sixes. And our chip leader shows 9-6 for a runner 2 pair. Pretty interesting. And the Georgian is upset because he was ahead until the river. Bit surprised by the check call on the flop though. Ace high seems a pretty weak hand. It's going to be tough out of position to continue on that board. If your opponent bets the turn, you're going to fold often. But he was right though. Unluckily for him, his opponent made 2 pair on the river. Pretty lucky for Mancan, who decided to stab the flop with just 9 high and a backdoor flush draw. He got pretty fortunate there. Mark Jansen raises to 55k from the hijack. Thanks, man. I think als je weet dat die Mancan calling the small blind, giving Sibon a pretty good price in the big, so he's gonna come along and 3 players are gonna see the flop. Flop's ace, queen, queen with 2 hearts. Action is checked to Mark Jansen, and he decides to check behind. Deuce of clubs on the turn. And once again, action check to Jansen. And now Jansen decides to make a delayed continuation bet, makes it 70k. And I must say, this looks pretty credible to me. I mean, If he would have had nothing, he's more likely to bet the flop because it's a paired board, ace high. He's gonna take it down in the continuation bet pretty often. So if he doesn't bet, he's more likely to have some sort of showdown value. Pretty small sizing though. It looks like either a weak ace or a really big hand that wants to ensure himself he gets some action. Small blind folded and action now on Sibon. Oh, excuse me, it was heads up all the way. I thought it was a three-way, but maybe there was something wrong in the graphics. I've been informed that it was actually a three-way flop, but the graphics show it as a heads up as soon as the third player folds. And it looks like Mark took it down. He's moved into third place actually, but look at those stacks. 3 guys sitting at 1.3 million. And our chip leader at 2.6 is Ricardo Manca, who just the hand before made the 2 pair and won a decent size pot. Well, he's not shy of the action. Mark Jansen once again opening. He's under the gun +2 this time. But he's gonna face some aggressive action by Jalipenso Garcia from Spain, who makes it 130k. Pretty tough spot regardless. These guys both sitting at around 1.3 million. It's a situation in which you don't want to get too many chips in the middle unless you have a really big hand, because imagine busting out in 8th place while you're third in chips. That would be a pretty bad scenario. So therefore I expect Mark Jansen to proceed with caution. He seems a bit uncertain, Mark Jansen. As I mentioned, he's not an experienced player, and he makes the call. He might be an online player, but I haven't seen him playing any live tournaments in Holland or anywhere in Europe, for that matter. He does make the call though, and he's gonna play a flop out of position. 4-4-3 on the flop. It's a rainbow flop. Mark has checked the action, and decision time for Garcia. And he continuation bets 105, 105,000. Reasonably small bet, but that's pretty logical on this texture. It's such a dry board, you know. It's the two a low pair and not too many combinations to be scared about. It's not really Mark is not gonna have a 4 too often, and he shouldn't have too many hands he can continue with, but one of them might be if he has a pocket pair, for example, and he does make the call. So this is getting interesting now, over 500,000 in the pot already. And still 2 more streets of action. The 6 on the turn is checked by both players pretty fast, and then there's a queen on the river. Must be pretty nerve-wracking if you're not used to playing live too often, and you're sitting at a final table playing for 100,000 euro in a 3-bet pot, and there's cameras all around you and people are watching at home. It can be pretty stressful. But Mark has made the check, and action now on Garcia. Seems like Mark has some sort of medium pocket pair. He might have ace king, but I'm not sure if he continues on that flop. Now pretty small bet by Garcia, 150k. And Garcia could be his range is still pretty wide. He could be as wide as a queen jack, for example, or it's pretty interesting sizing. 150 in 530, 38. I don't know. It's a pretty small bet. Seems value-ish, but I don't think he has a big pocket pair. If he would have had a big pocket pair, he's more likely to bet the turn. And I think he's more likely to bet bigger on the river. So it seems like he has he's either gotten really fortunate and rivered the queen, or maybe Garcia is the one with tens or jacks. If he's bluffing, it's a cheap bluff. If he can get away with a bluff for 150k in this spot, then it's really nice for him. We're not gonna find out because Mark Jansen decides to let it go. Pretty curious which hand he would call on the flop and then fold the river with. Might be one of those ace highs. It's not ace queen, so most likely ace king. Maybe even a hand like ace jack, but not sure if he wants to continue on that flop. As I said, I don't know the player. I'm not familiar with his game, so it's tough. What do you guys think? Let us know. Pretty interesting hand. Garcia is going to use his newly found chips and raise it up on the gun +2. Garcia comes across as a warrior to me. He's gonna try and get to 100,000. He's been pretty active so far. I'm pretty sure I've played with him before. Looking at his Handemol page, Garcia has only a few cashes, 12k in total. Only small cashes, so this is a huge pot for him actually. Anyway, we're gonna go on a break for now. Give you guys 15 minutes to open a bag of crisps or get ready, because it might be a long final table, this one. It's gonna be fun. See you guys in 15 minutes. So the players are back in their seats, and we're gonna continue the final table of the WSOP circuit event here in Brussels. If you just tuned in, 293 entrants created a really nice prize pool, 100k for first, and you can see the payouts on the bottom of your screen. These players guaranteed to win 12,400 euros at least, and the first place prize once again 100,000 euros. All in by Paul McLaughlin from the UK. He might be Irish, I guess. McLaughlin, typical Irish name. He's all in and he's been called pocket tens against the ace 6 from Mancan. Flops 10 high, so looking pretty good for the man from UK. He's mostly afraid of runner flush or runner straight. Ooh, there's the diamond on the turn. It's never easy. But a queen of spades on the river means McLaughlin will double up. So the count is 210, and pretty interesting call there. It's the blinds are 15,000, 30,000, so it's a reasonably small shove. 210k is 7 big blinds. So I guess he raise called, right? Looking at yeah, must have been a raise call by the chip leader. Looking at the positions, I missed the action a bit, but the button is now in front of McLaughlin, so he was in the small blind the last hand, and I can only imagine it must have been a raise and shove all in and a call. Of course, you're committed with the ace against the 7 big blind reshove. So unlucky to run into a hand, but really nice for McLaughlin, who doubles up to 485. McLaughlin raises to 53k, and only has 2 players to worry about. The first one's already folded. Second one is Mark Jansen from the Netherlands, asking for a chip count. Well, it was 210 last time, and he doubled up, got some blinds and antes, so you can imagine it's going to be over 500k. And that's a reason for Mark Jansen to fold, I guess. Lots of relatively new players here on this final table. Many players who have a very modest handle page. Especially the Georgian players. Mazuradze, who is third in chips, for example, he's only played he's only cashed one tournament. There was a $110 buy-in in Georgia, and he cashed like $300 for his 39th place. So this is going to be a huge score for him, and I can imagine him being a bit nervous at this stage. And that's the great thing about these tournaments. You can get in for cheap. You can win a satellite, or obviously you can buy in, but just put up the money and you're in. And Beratze is all in from the button. It's really short stacked, and he gets called by Garcia. Let's see the cards. He's got Queen 9 against a 10-6 off. Yeah, 10-6, not a pretty hand, but with these odds, he kind of has to calls. And here are the Georgian live reporters with the phone above the table. It's kind of funny. And the flop comes 7-6-8 with all hearts. Pair of sixes in the lead, but an open-ended and a flush draw for the man from Georgia. 7 of spade on the turn. Looking for a queen at 10 over 5, but it's the ace of diamonds, and we say goodbye to Zurab Benatze from Georgia. He finishes in 8th place, and he's smiling. He's shaking hands, and he seems to be okay with his result. And there's a big Georgian reel. And he's getting hugs and kisses from his fellow countrymen. So only one player remaining from the Georgian army. I'm calling them an army because there was such a big group of guys from Georgia playing this event. And I put together a list with fun facts about the country Georgia, but I'm waiting for a Georgian tank. And so far we haven't had too many. Maybe now. Sibon races under the gun 1 and Mazuratze in the big. He's contemplating his next move. He makes a call. Oh, sorry, he folds. Now it makes sense why the dealer was shuffling. I thought I heard her say call, but apparently he folded. $2.3 million for our chip leader, Moncan from France. Garcia, how do I pronounce this? Garcia Galipienzo from Spain. He's second in chips right now. Just busting out the Georgian Zurab Benatze in 8th place. So that means the players are moving up at least one pay jump. It's 15,780 euros if they bust right now, which is almost 10 times the buy-in. So that's a reasonable return on investment. But of course, these players are aiming for something bigger. This hand, Pierre Magui opened under the gun, +1, and he got a call from Manka from the big blind, and after continuation betting, he takes it down. Really fashionable player, this guy, Magui. I've seen him in quite a few interesting outfits. He's basically the Charlie Carroll from Belgium. One of his friends was actually calling out the cards yesterday, and he was pretty good at it. We can see him talking to his friend right there, and his friend was at some point, for example, McGee was all in with ace-8 of spade versus ace-9, and his friend screamed there would be 2 spades on the flop, and there were 2 spades on the flop. And then he announced the 4 on the turn, and the turn was a 4. And then he said 5 of spades on the river, but he was close. It was a 3 of spades, and his friend doubled up. Calipienzo. I'm just gonna call him Garcia. It's probably easier. Garcia opens to 70k, and Magui from Belgium makes the call. He's from the Wallonian part. He speaks French. I do believe he speaks some Dutch though, or Flemish. So 4 diamonds on this board, 7-4 deuce jack of diamonds, and Magui check out the flop, and now checking the turn. Yeah, we might have to change that name from Garcia Galipenzo because it looks kind of ugly in the graphics. But I'm hoping you guys can keep track of the action. It's I really like this this setup though. You can easily see what happened pre-flop, on the flop, and in this case also on the turn where Garcia fires a second barrel. Once again, a really small sizing, 95k. And he's opening the door for Magui to come over the top. And he makes it 225k. That's interesting. So he's basically saying, I have a big diamond. I have either the ace or the king of diamonds. And now it's a question of will Garcia believe him or not? Maybe Garcia has a big diamond. Then he's not going anywhere. If he has a smaller diamond, let's say a 10 of diamonds, then he's in a tough spot because his 10 might be good, but how often is he going to be good? What will Magee do on the river? Magee is setting himself up for a river shove. So it seems he has 615,000 behind into 780k. So I wouldn't be surprised if he would shove. But then again, I've seen him choose a smaller amount in these situations. It's going to be interesting. Here's the river. It's a 9 of spades. So the situation hasn't changed too much from the turn. And yeah, Magee checked already. That's interesting. Checked really fast. So on the turn, he's basically saying he has a big diamond. Would he check a big diamond on the river? I don't know. I don't feel like that makes a lot of sense. So maybe he was just making a move and decided to give up. Surely, if he had the ace of diamonds, he wouldn't want his opponent to check behind for cheap. So it doesn't look like he has it. I feel like he's check folding often, but I might be wrong. Garcia is gonna bet out, and it looks pretty strong to me. I mean, it's pretty tough to call the turn and bet the river as a bluff. So just Magee decided to give up, and I feel like that's a bit of a weak bluff attempt by him. And Garcia shows ace deuce of spade. Wow, so much courage by him. He showed a lot of heart in that hand. Called the raise on the turn, even though he didn't have a diamond. And if his opponent follows through with the bluff, then there's nothing he can do but fold, I guess. And as I said, a pretty weak bluff attempt by the Belgian. Check raising small on the turn. He's gonna get looked up too often. I feel like. I mean, he's giving his opponent like 4-1 on a call. So Garcia could easily make a move like he's doing now and just call and see what happens on the river. And that's exactly what he did. Like I said, it did feel pretty strong by Garcia. Garcia played it really well. He called the raise on the turn, and he would bet the river. So Garcia was basically saying he had a big diamond. Pretty impressive play by him. And he would have felt so stupid if the Belgian just shoved the river on him, and then I don't see him calling. So a great hand by both players. Both players tried to win the pot. They really fought for it, but in my opinion, it was a bit of a weak bluff attempt by the Belgian. He didn't follow through and allowed his opponent to outplay him. Garcia opening up once again. He's really pushing the action now. He's got 2.2 million and he's bloated with confidence. And Mancan, our chip leader, is going to battle with him. He's the cutoff in his hand, and Garcia, who opened up pre-flop, decides to check the flop on Jack 6 deuce. Sorry, Jack 6 7, and I don't see him check folding too often. So this could be interesting. And indeed, he makes the call. So we're going to see a turn. And the turn is a king of spades. Both players shouldn't have too many kings, but you never know. Check, check on the turn. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes check, check again. Garcia is basically saying he has some sort of showdown value. And it's going to be tough to bluff him off it. So if Mancan doesn't have a pair, then you shouldn't bet, in my opinion. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Aces and queens. Queens the hand for Garcia, and aces the hand for a chip leader who, well, in my opinion, wins pretty much the minimum of what he could have won if he decided to play it a bit faster. He could have re-raised pre-flop, and it was a pretty good spot to do it as well. I mean, Garcia has been pretty active, and if you 3-bet him, he might feel inclined to not fold the queen so easily. So he would have at least called a 3-bet. He might have even 4-bet. And he might have even 4-bet get it in. I don't know. Let's say he just calls, then he's still going to check call the flop. Not sure what he's going to do on a king turn, though. He's likely to check call again. So, in my opinion, that could have been a much, much bigger pot. There was some controversy there. I'm not sure what happened, but Garcia opened and Janse asked the amount, and he made the wrong announcement, but they ruled it as a call anyway. That's the important thing. 10-4-5 on this flop. Both players check the flop. Now there's a king on the turn. Somehow I feel like Jans is likely to bet out, but he decides to check. Both players check again, and here's the river. It's a queen of hearts. And now on the river, Mark Jansen bets out 100,000. A little over half the pot. Wow, this is interesting. And now Garcia raises. He made it 325 and took it down. Action in his hand folding to Julien Sibon, I believe. On a hijack, yeah, it's his turn to act. We haven't seen too much of the Frenchman so far, but he was on the final table of the 3K high roller earlier this week, and he was a pretty active player then. Of course, this final table, totally different situation, different stack sizes, different players. Sibon makes it 70k, and Garcia makes the call from the big blind. So it's a heads-up pot between the Spaniard and the Frenchman. Bet of 65k by Sibon. Reasonably small continuation bet, especially on this board texture. 2 spades, some Broadway cards. It's a pretty draw heavy board, and I would advise him to choose a bigger sizing in general, but maybe he's sizing small because he wants action, or he's just trying to get it for cheap. But there's so many hands Garcia might decide to continue with. So many gut shots, flush draws, pairs. So I would rather choose the larger sizing. Queen of spade on the turn. Pretty red board now. Straight and flush possibilities. And looks like Garcia is going to take the initiative. He's betting 150k into 320k. And Sibon cannot continue in his hand. He folds. Garcia takes another pot. He's doing really well so far. I'm pretty sure he's second in chips overall. Yeah, there it is. Garcia actually closing in on the chip leader. 79 big blinds versus 83 big blinds, so that's really close. McLaughlin, our short stack with 16 bigs, and McGee, the second shortest stack, 19 big blinds. 7 players remaining in this WSOP circuit main event. First time WSOP is in Belgium. Many more stops in Europe to follow in the upcoming months. Moncan races under the gun, makes it 70k. Oh. Action still with Thibon, who's on the direct left of Moncan. He's under the gun 1. He has about what's that, like 30 bigs? Less than 30 bigs. Pretty interesting to see what he's gonna do here. He 3-bets to 185k with 710k behind. Looks pretty strong, especially with so many players left to act. But the action is with the Georgian player Mazuradze in the big blind. Did you know the biggest cave in the world is in Georgia? It's called the Krubera Cave, and it's 2,200 meters deep. That's 7,208 feet. As he folds, and quick fold by the chip leader. The C-ball takes it down. I know the WSOP circuit event is coming to Rotterdam in the Netherlands at the end of August, which is really nice if you're happen to be in Barcelona, for example. You can after Barcelona you can travel straight through to Rotterdam. Nice tournament schedule as well in Rotterdam. A few progressive super knockouts, which are always really popular. I know the WSOP is also going to Rosvadov in the Czech Republic. But first, let me give you some insight in the schedule for the WSOP circuit. I'll tell you some of my favorite events. For example, 1100 euro 6 max re-entry tournament. And as I mentioned, a few progressive super knockouts, 400 euro progressive, 880 euro. And I believe there was an expensive one as well, more expensive one. I'm not sure right now. I know there's a high roller tournament, 3,500 euro buy-in. Main event has a 1,650 euro buy-in. And the schedule also includes, for example, a Crazy Pineapple tournament, PLO tournament, and a bunch of satellites, which is always nice. You can find the schedule of the WSOP Rotterdam on the WSOP website, obviously, and the tournaments will run from the 25th of August up until the 2nd of September. As Mancan takes down a small pot. Couldn't find much about McLaughlin online about his poker results, but it's tough. So many guys in Ireland, especially named McLaughlin. As Mazuratse is doing some exercises. Smart man, keeping himself sharp. You have to realize these players have been playing for a couple of days. This tournament had 2 starting days. Some of these players might have played them both. So that's 2 starting days, day 2. And this is day 3 of the tournament. So some of these guys are playing for at least the last 4 days. And they might have been playing before that because most of these players played other tournaments here in Brussels. We had a really nice schedule with a 3K high roller, 1K 6 max, 500 euro deep stack, for example. Paul McLaughlin, under the gun, moves all in for $500,000, and he takes it down. McLaughlin, second shortest stack now. Magui is the shortest, but he has 17 big blinds still. Pretty good spot for McGee to get his stack in. It's been raised up and called. And now McGee 3-bet shoves. It was Mazuratsu who opened the action. He got called by Mancan, and now McGee shoves all in. Did you know Georgia is a country which is located on 2 continents, Eastern Europe and also a part of Asia, Southeast Asia. Its borders are Turkey, Russia, Armenia, and to the southeast, Azerbaijan. The official language is Georgian, and it has a population of around 4 million. Nation's capital is Tbilisi. It's also the largest city in Georgia. It's a very mountainous country, but it also has a Black Sea coast, and there's a valley running across the center of the country. The highest mountain in Georgia is the Mount Skara, which is 5,193 meters above sea level. About 40% of the country is covered in forest, and there's a lot of animals living in Georgia. Animals like boars and deers and lynx, wolves, foxes, jackals. No sharks, no. Hares and squirrels. Georgia has 14 nature reserves, just so you know, and 2 protected landscapes. One of the most popular places to visit if you're sightseeing in Georgia is the Viage. Oh wait, he folded. And so did Mancan. So more Georgia facts the next time we get a tank from Mazuratsu. Don't worry, I'm prepared. So 293 players played in this WSOP Brussels main event, 34 of which made the money. And as we are down to 7 players now, we're getting closer to the real big money, 100,000 euros for first. One of these guys is gonna take it home. And most likely to do it right now is our chip leader, Ricardo Mencan, who is sitting on 86 big blinds. But he's followed close by Adrian Garcia Galipienzo, who has 73 big blinds. Pretty big gap between those 2 players and the rest of the field. Julian Sibon raises the hijack. He makes it 70k. Sibon, quite a movie star. He's been in a few French movies and even stars in a television show in France. So millions of people have seen his face. But he's quite a poker player as well. Some pretty good results, including a third place finish in the high roller earlier this week. So he got close to winning a WSOP circuit ring, but he's gonna try and do it once again. And this hand he opened up to 70k, and Garcia made the call from the big blind. And now on this ace high flop, Garcia decides to check. Continuation bet by Sibon. And Garcia isn't giving up just yet. He makes a call. Check by Garcia. Is Sibon gonna fire again? He seems so composed. He's been really consistent with his poker face. Of course, the sunglasses help, but he seems pretty comfortable with being in this situation. And I can imagine if he's an actor and if he's been on television in France, and maybe the money is not that much of a factor to him as to some of the other players. But who knows? He did fire again, 130k. Action to Garcia now, and if Garcia check called the flop with a jack, for example, he's in a pretty tough spot right now, and even with an ace with a low kicker, it's tough. But once again, Garcia makes the call, and we're gonna see a river. It's a 5 of clubs, so all the big draws miss. No Broadway or heart on the river. A check by Garcia, and the action is with Julien Sibon. Will he fire 3 times? Then he's basically representing at least a big ace. Sibon has about 1.5 times pot behind. Garcia is likely to have an ace. A third bet by Sibon, as Garcia double checks his hand. I believe the bet is 280,000, yeah, as you can see in our graphics. You can see in the background my colleague Martijn, who is doing the graphics, so he's entering all the data. And he's so fast, he already put in the river sizing and stuff, so he can relax now and waiting the action of Garcia. It's a pretty tough spot, regardless. Let's say Garcia has ace queen. which is a pretty big hand on this board, but kind of shrinks if your opponent bets 3 times. He's basically saying he has at least ace king, but he could easily have 2 pair, maybe even a set. It's a pretty tough spot if you only have 1 pair. A lot of pressure put on the Spaniard by Sibon, who's been relatively quiet so far. This bet of 280k. Ooh, raise all in by the Spaniard. And now it's Sibon who is in a tough spot, I imagine. This is one of the biggest hands we've seen so far. Sibon opening up the hijack, betting 3 times, and now he's faced with a re-raise all in. So if Sibon has a hand like ace king, now he's in a world of pain, because Garcia is saying he isn't afraid of ace king. He is saying he isn't afraid of most 2 pairs. So pretty tough spot for the Frenchman. Sibon can fold and leave himself with 425k behind. And if he calls and he's right, then he moves up to like 1.7 million or something. No, maybe even more. So it's Sibon opened from the hijack. And it was Garcia who defended the big blind. Garcia check called the flop, check called the turn, and now on the river he check raises all in. And he's basically saying he has a hand bigger than ace king. He's basically saying I have 2 pair or I have a set. But there's so many draws as well. So he could have a hand like king queen or maybe 2 hearts. And now he's making a move. It's a really tough spot for Sibon. Basically his opponent is saying I have a set or I have a big 2 pair. He could do this with any 2 pair, I guess, but he wouldn't be too comfortable with ace deuce. I guess he's more likely to have a hand like ace jack if he has 2 pair. But he could easily be bluffing with like a flush draw or he could easily be bluffing with a flush draw or some type of Broadway hand. So much pressure putting on the Frenchman. Being put on the Frenchman, yeah. Let's say he has a hand like ace king, it's so tough. He's getting a pretty good price, so it's 425k behind. So he's getting like 3.5 to 1. But then again, that also makes it less likely that that the Spaniard is bluffing, giving his opponent such a good price. And we can see some of the players, they're standing up, watching this important hand go by. It seems the clock's been called. I can see the floor in the background holding a phone. Is he? Maybe he's keeping track of the time, but I'm not sure. They use the phones for the seeding and stuff in the tournament. Pretty interesting. So much pressure for Sibon. And now the floor is announcing the hand to the rest of the room. The camera guy is hovering over Sibon. He's used to cameras, but still a lot of pressure. If you're right, if you make the call and you're right, you're going to be one of the big stacks. But if you call and you're wrong, then you are out of the tournament. If you fold, you're the shortest stack. It's a really tough spot for him. The consequences of this decision are worth 10,000 of euros. So it's a big decision, and I don't blame him for taking his time. But it's so tough to determine the likeliness of your opponent bluffing. You must have so much information about this game to make a good estimate of the likeliness that he's bluffing here. He might be the type of player who is never bluffing in this spot, and he might be the type of player who takes these spots as a bluff a bit too often. Julian has taken off his sunglasses. He's looking at his opponent, looking at the board, considering his options. This is the most exciting hand so far, in my opinion. Once again, Garcia check called twice, and now he check raises all in on the river. It's like the ultimate strong hand, the strong play. But he might be capable of doing this as a bluff. And he might just have a really big hand. Big decision is what Sibon is saying. And he's been put to the test often this week, Sibon. He's been in many tough spots. He's been taking his time. And the clock's been called now. Even the floor seems nervous about this decision. You can see Sibon is in pain. He might be regretting betting the river. He could have checked and gotten a showdown. But some hands you just have to bet. If he has ace king or better, he definitely has to bet the river. Maybe even ace queen has to bet the river. I'm pretty sure ace queen has to bet the river from a technical standpoint, game theory. I think ace queen can easily bet 3 times. Ace king should bet 3 times for sure. He makes a call. We're gonna see it. Ace jack, ace queen, and as I said, ace jack is the most likely 2 pair, and ace queen the hand for Sibon, who bust out in this huge pot. Such a cool hand. And he made the call and he was wrong, and now he has to face the consequence of busting in 7th place Julien Sibon. He went for the glory, but he was wrong this time, and the Spaniard with top 2 pair gets maximum value. He played it really well, and he had the patience to wait, and he had the patience to check the river. It's really tough. It's tough to check the river, you know. You're so afraid your opponent might check behind. But Sibon went for maximum value with his ace queen, and he paid the price for it himself, as he got check raised on the river by the Spaniard, who is now taking over the chip lead. Garcia Galipienzo with 107 big blinds, 3.2 million chips, and he's a favorite right now. He put himself in such a great position. Of course, he's lucky to flop the 2 pair, but he played it excellent and he got maximum value. And as I said, the ace queen, pretty much a mandatory triple barrel. It's close. I think he has to bet 3 times with ace king for sure. Ace queen, if your opponent is willing to call you down with a hand like ace 10 or ace 9, then you kind of have to go for it. If you think your opponent is folding ace 10 anyway, then you might as well check the river, because if you get shoved on, it's such a horrible spot. And as we saw, Julien Sibon in a world of pain, and he ends up making the wrong decision, and now he's gone from the tournament. And Mark Jansen all in after a raise by our chip leader. It's Mancan open to 70k. Jansen shoved for almost 700k and he takes it down. Such an exciting hand. Julian Cibon was in the tank for quite a while. And I cannot blame him. It's such a tough spot. Ace Queen, you bet for value. You bet for value 3 times. There's many draws that miss, so your opponent, if he has a hand like Ace 10, he might just go with it and make the call. But instead, Garcia had flopped up 2 pair and he check raised all in. He played it. He played it excellent. I really like that hand. And he's stacked up some blue chips, so the floor can exchange them for orange chips. The orange chips were at 25k. The blue chips were at 5k. And actually, that's the only 2 colors we have at the moment, with the blind set 20k, 40k with a 5k ante. 1 hour remaining in this level, so. Must be nice to have this stack. 3.2 million. And also great news for our short stack. I believe Pierre Magui was the shortest stack at the time. Also McLaughlin really short, so they were pretty happy to see the Frenchman go, I imagine. Making more money that easily. Action on the button with Mazuratze. He raises 85k. We haven't seen him in action for a while. Mazuratze makes it 85k, and Moncan, the chip leader, he 3-bet from the small blind. And I feel like this will be a moment to tell you something more about Georgia. Georgia is considered to preserve one of the earliest evidences of human habitation. Archaeological excavation has found skulls of prehistoric human being that date back to 1.7 million years. I didn't even realize humans were populating this planet 1.7 million years ago. I guess it was some kind of prehistoric humans. Modern humans have been living in Georgia since the 4th millennium before Christ, so that means over 6,000 years ago. Georgia has a really old culture and lots of nature, so should be a country to visit soon. I haven't been there. The official language is Georgian, but I know a lot of Georgian people speak Russian because Georgia used to be a part of the, what's it called in English, USSR, so Russian Federation basically. Hey, he folded, and Manka takes it down. But I'm sure we will learn more about Georgia soon. Garcia putting on the pressure, opening from the hijack. He makes it 90k. And he takes it down. So 6 players remaining in the WSOP main event here in Brussels. First time the WSOP is visiting Brussels, and it's so close to the real WSOP in Vegas, which is coming up in June. And actually, right now there's a 1K satellite running here in Brussels towards the WSOP in Vegas. So 1 or 2 players will be fortunate enough to win a package towards Vegas, and it's worth over 12,000 euros, and it includes buy-in towards the main event, 7 nights in the Mirage in Vegas, and some money for travel expenses, etc. So that would be a great story if you manage to win the satellite here in Brussels and then go deep in the main. Satellites towards this super satellite have been running all week, and they have been pretty popular. Outside of that super satellite, there's been so many smaller events. Many of those funky games, especially today. Today they have a 10-game dealer's choice, so the player on the button gets to decide 1 out of 10 games. And I was looking at the rules, and I'm pretty sure 2 out of the 10 games I've never heard of before. So I don't know. It's a niche, and it's something which is not for everyone. And I'm happy to see still some players made the trip for this tournament. And we also had a ladies event yesterday, which was pretty exciting. And the ladies' event was won by a Dutch player, Michaela Cisse, which is not really a Dutch name, but she lives in Holland now. So 6 players remaining, 90k for sixth. Garcia opens to 100k. That's the biggest open we've seen so far, but it's not really. He's opening from the small blind, so therefore the Georgian Mazuratse is tanking pre-flop, but he made the call, and the flop's 10-10-7. And surprising check by Garcia. You would expect him to bet quite often on this paired board. So I'm pretty sure he's reasonably strong to be checking here. But let's see what Mazuratse makes of the check. It's his option now. Did you know the national dish of Georgia is the khachapuri? I hope I pronounced it right. It's basically some sort of bread filled with, well, mostly cheese and some cheese on top. So it's a lot of cheese. And you could also make it with an egg. But bread and cheese are the main ingredients. I like it. And after some thinking, Mazuratse decides to bet 105k. And of course, the national dish of Spain is paella. We all know paella, I guess. It's and paella is taking his time for this decision. I expect him to continue in this hand quite often. It just feels way out of character to make a weak check fold on such a reasonably dry board. So, as I expected, he doesn't fold. He raises. Pretty aggressive by the Spaniard, and that means Mazuratse is being sent into the tank again. And it seems Mazuratse's made the call. And a 9 of clubs on the turn is a pretty interesting turn. Because the flush draw completes and many straight draws make at least a pair. So a pretty scary turn if you're sitting on just a pair of sevens, for example. And now Garcia continuing betting. He bets 300k. Of course, the most well-known opera singer from Georgia is Georgi Andugaladze. We all know him pretty well. The only person I know from Georgia is Shota Arveladze, a soccer player. But apparently there's also a lot of chess champions who are from Georgia. And even a basketball player, Nicolas of Tchikvili, who played in the NBA. With all jokes aside, I feel like this is a reasonable spot for Mazurat to take his time. I mean, it's gonna be a big pot if he decides to continue in his hand, and he's got only 615k behind, so he's basically being put to the test for his entire stack, with still the river to come. So it's a tough spot, even with a hand like even let's say he has 9-8, a pair with a straight draw, or some sort of 7 with a club. There's many headache hands I can imagine, and I feel like he's folding. Looking at his body language, he seems really insecure about his decision, and most times people will fold. But he's been surprising me, and he's a really inexperienced player, so he could go either way still. In the meantime, the rest of the finalists have left the table. They're talking to their friends on the rail. Not a good poker face by Mazuratsu, who is clearly in a horrible spot. And even though there might still be action to come, I just feel like, looking at his body language, he's so likely to just fold. But who knows with this guy? He's clearly struggling, but yeah, he decides to let it go. And Garcia will happily take the chips and become even stronger. I'm pretty sure Mazuratse is gonna win the award for getting the clock called on him the most. He was on a table next to me on day 1, and he was getting the clock called on him every 10 minutes. I know someone called the clock on him 3 times in one hand, so that's interesting. It used to be really not done to. It used to be sort of unethical to call the clock on someone, but nowadays people just feel like we should speed up the game a little bit, and we have no mercy for novice players, and if someone takes too much time, we just call the clock and enforce the action. Garcia once again opens up for 90k, and Monca makes the call. If you're watching the stream, make sure to check out our other platforms as well. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, and you might be watching through the Viage website. But if you want to talk to us, best way to do it is YouTube chat or Twitch. Garcia once again opens and takes it down. He's been running over this table recently. Up to 4 million now, actually. 98 big blinds. And he seems very confident. If you look at his demeanor at the table, he just seems so confident. And it must be really giving him so much energy. Busting Julien Cibon and taking down a few small pots. It's got to be good for his ego, for his confidence. And he decides to sit this hand out. So he's folding this one hand, getting a kiss from his girlfriend, so it seems. And that gives Maggie the opportunity to shove all in after Ricard raises, and he gets the call. And it's ace-8 against the king-8 of Maggi. A lot of support here for the Belgian. Pierre Magui, the last remaining Belgian player, at risk with king-8 against ace-8. He's looking for a king. Many supports and a king in the window. And he's celebrating already, but be careful, don't celebrate too early. King 10-9 on the flop. Queen on the turn. Gut shot straight draw as well. And a deuce on the river means the Belgian doubles up. And the rail is pretty excited. At least 30 or 40 people coming in to take a look at Magui doubling up. So a pretty aggressive re-raise all in by the Belgian who sat quietly for a while and now decided to make a move with the king-8 off. Pretty aggressive play by him. 15 big blinds reshoving versus Monca, and credit to the Frenchman who were pretty much snap called with the ace-8 off. I know some players might definitely let that one go, but it's like Monca was expecting the Belgian to make a move on him, and he made the call rather quickly, and he was right, but unfortunately for him, the king on the flop pretty much sealed the deal for Magui, who doubled up, and who is now actually third in chips. So that's a big upset for him, and bad news for the short stacks, especially for Paul McLaughlin, who wouldn't mind seeing another player bust out. And news is spreading that Tom Dumoulin, the Dutch cyclist, has won the Giro d'Italia, big competition for cycling, and first time in a long time that a Dutchman has won the Giro. I believe it's like 20 years ago or something, a long time ago. I think. Looking at the back office, they have no clues. It's a big win. McLaughlin, in the meantime, is all in from the small blind after Mancan opened the cutoff, and we've seen that he isn't afraid to make the call when someone shoves over the top, but this time he seems a bit more doubtful. He's asking for a chip count. Oh, apparently Tom Dumoulin, the first Dutchman to win the Giro d'Italia. That's pretty impressive. And the shove gets through. Mancan opens the hijack. It's Mark Jans who's all in, and he's been called. Turn him on the backs. It's ace king against sevens. A pretty classic showdown there. Coin flip. It's the Dutchman Mark Jans who is at risk with the ace king, and he's looking to hit against the pocket sevens of Mancan. Mark Jansen also was at risk yesterday with ace king against two players. Managed to triple up and survive, but now he has to do it again. He has to hit either an ace or a king or some sort of straight or flush. Oh, 7 in the window, and that's pretty much locks it up. Only the runner flush possibility. Not even a backdoor straight or anything. It's just a runner flush. So he's looking for a heart on the turn, and otherwise it's got over. It's a 3 of spades, and we say goodbye to the Dutchman Mark Jansen, who finishes in 6th place. And he has to be a bit disappointed at this point. So many short stacks, close in stacks, and he had to make the move with the ace king. And he busts out in 6th place, taking home 19,000 euros, which is still an incredibly big win for him. Looking at his track record so far, not too much cash as we could find on him. A pretty unknown player for us, even though I know pretty much all the Dutch players who are regulars in the scene. I've never seen this guy before, and he's doing really well with his 6th place, 19,000 euros. He might look back on this moment in a few days and be happy with it. But right now, I can imagine he was hoping for something more. He was close to a pay jump just now when we saw Pierre Magui double up with the king 8 versus the ace 8. And now it was his time to try and double up, but he couldn't outrun the sevens, and the sevens took it down, giving an even bigger stack to Ricardo Mancan from France, who started the final table with the chip lead and should be really closing in on Garcia. Well, still a 1.3 million gap between those two, but he's securing his second place so far. Second place in the chip counts. As we see short stack McLaughlin open up and take it down. Pretty strong race there by the short stack. 5 players remaining, and you could see the tension on the face of Alexander Maziradze, the Georgian guy who's pretty much a novice at this game, and he's only had 1 cash so far, which was a 39th place in a $110 tournament. So his biggest cash, his only cash actually, is $300, and now he's secured himself over 20,000 euros. So that's a huge result for the Georgian, and you can see the glare on his face. He's blushing a bit. He might be hot. He might be nervous as hell, and such a big spot for him. And he's hanging in there, but he's short stacked. He's got 500k, and he's faced with a race right now. It's Garcia opening up the button to 115k, and Maziradze, who has little room to play, decides to make the call, and that's a pretty interesting decision. He's calling from the small blind for effectively 20% of his stack. So and I believe it's heads up. Yeah, it's heads up. Ace 10-4. And Garcia is very likely to do a small continuation bet, regardless of his hand. But maybe Maziradze is gonna lead out again. He's done it before. No, he checked. So Garcia now making the action, and he goes with a bet of 120,000, which is a surprisingly large bet. I would expect him to bet smaller, considering the dry board texture and the effective stack sizes. And Maziradze lets it go. And he showed 2 8s as he folded. So far from optimal play there by the Georgian player, calling with the 8s, out of position, trying to flop a set with only very few chips behind. Clear sign of his inexperience. I guess pretty much all the other players at the table would have gone all in with that hand before the flop, and he would have been likely to take it down versus the button range of Garcia. But as it happened, he decided to check fold on the flop, also showing his hand and giving some information, which is another sign of his inexperience at this level. And it's like blood in the water if you're surrounded by card sharks, and if you throw the blood in the water, they will come biting at you. Mancan called the raise from the small blind after Garcia opened up from the cutoff. Jack 8 6 flop checked by Ricardo, and he makes the call. 90k check called by Ricardo on the flop, and now on a deuce of spade turn. Ricardo once again checked, and Garcia going for the second barrel, and it's a big bet this time, 280k. It's more than half the pot. But Ricardo is not shying away. He's making the call. And quite a pot developing here. Almost $1 million in the middle, and goes check check as Ricardo shows down 10-6 of hearts. Just a pair of sixes, but looks like he's gonna take it down. I feel like from what we've seen so far, Mancan is not the type of player who lets go easily. He's not afraid of any competition, and he's willing to make big calls, as we just saw. Pretty big call on the turn there. And Garcia is the type of player who's just relentless in his aggression. He just fires away, and Mancan realized this, and he actually made a really good call there on the turn. So a lot of credit to him, and apparently Garcia didn't even have some sort of ace. Otherwise he would have won, obviously, and Garcia should be a bit careful for the Frenchman, because he's not giving up easily. But neither is Garcia. He's going straight to battle again, opening from the hijack. Raised by Garcia, and McLaughlin making the call from the big blind. All in by McLaughlin, and he's been called. Open-ended straight draw for McLaughlin, and kings the hand for Garcia. And not sure of the action. I'm pretty sure it was a defend and either a check raise all in or a shove all in. Queen on the turn. So another queen might win it for the queen jack. McLaughlin looking for a queen, an 8 or a king. It's a 7, and kings and 7s are gonna take it down, and McLaughlin shaking the hands of his opponents as he finishes in 5th place. Shaking the hands of his opponents. So Garcia actually did have a hand this time, pocket kings. I'm not really sure what happened there. I believe it was the money went in post flop. I'll check in the back office. So it was a defense by McLaughlin with the queen jack, which seems pretty reasonable. And he flopped the open-ended straight draw with the 2 overcards and decided to go for the check raise all in, which would have worked out quite often if Garcia didn't have some sort of pair. But this time Garcia had the big pair, he had the pocket kings and wasn't going anywhere. And also with the 2 kings for Garcia, that means less outs for the UK player, because McLaughlin obviously looking for a queen, a jack, or a king, and the queen and jack is no longer good against kings, and 2 kings are gone. So pretty bad hand to be facing if you're McLaughlin. And we say goodbye to the British player in 5th place. I shouldn't say British. He might be Irish. I'm pretty sure he's Irish. McLaughlin. How can he not be Irish? Anyway, 4 plays remaining, and everybody's cheering in Georgia because more money is being brought home by Mazuratze, who's now secured himself 4th place, which is worth 31k. Pretty big if your previous cash is only $300. Previous biggest cash was $300, and Mazuratze is an interesting guy. He was speaking in Georgian a lot during hands, and the dealer kept telling him to speak English instead. The only language allowed during play is English, and turns out Mazuratze doesn't speak any English, but he does speak the language of poker apparently, because he's made at least top 4, which is quite an accomplishment for a novice player. I wish I could talk to him though, because I'm pretty sure he's really excited. And I'm also pretty curious how patient he will be with the short stack, because we saw earlier he was just calling with the pocket 8s out of position, 12 big blind stack. So he might not be willing to put his stack in the middle just yet, and he might not be so experienced when it comes to short-handed play, as Ricardo Mancan is dragging a small pot with actually a top 2 pair, which is surprising. As Garcia takes down a pot, I feel like it's going to be mostly the 2 big stacks hauling the chips right now. But I can assure you, if Pierre Magui manages to double up, he's going to be a force to reckon with, because he's an experienced player. And right now he's sitting on 26 big blinds, which is still pretty playable. He might get involved soon. Moncan raising to 90k. taking it down on the flop. Yeah, Ricardo Mancan, a French player with a lot of experience playing live poker. He's been rather successful, especially in Marrakesh, in Morocco, where there's actually a lot of poker being played, and but mostly by French players. It's a very popular destination because in Marrakesh a lot of people speak French, so that's pretty useful. And I know they take really good care of their players there, so a popular destination for the French players, and especially for Ricardo because he's taken down a few big tournaments there. Interesting hand. Garcia limped the small blind, and the money goes in on the turn. Small bet by Garcia, shoved by Mazuratse, and we're gonna see the cards. 8-3 against 5-10. 10 top pair for Garcia. 8-3 of hearts, a big draw for the man from Georgia. He's looking for a heart or a 9 to survive. And 20 people from Georgia looking on from the reel, hoping for a heart or a 9. He's got a pair as well, so a 3 is good. It's a heart, and you can hear the crowd. You can hear the crowd cheering for their countryman who manages to hit the heart on the river and survive. He had an 8-3 of hearts, and he got it in on the turn with a pair, a gut shot, and a flush draw. Can't really blame him for that. And Garcia had 10-5 off. Pretty interesting decision by Garcia to just limp and not shove pre-flop. I can imagine Mazuratsa is gonna fold so often that I would rather just shove pre-flop and deny him any equity with garbage hands like the A3 of hearts. But to his credit, Garcia got the money in good on a turn. He was ahead, but couldn't hold on as a Georgian player managed to hit his flush on the river to the excitement of 20, 30 Georgians watching here on the reel. And I can assure you there's many people watching back home as well. The Georgian stream being watched by hundreds of people right now. Pretty sure there's more people watching from Georgia than people watching from Belgium. Come on, guys. If you're a Belgian spectator, let us know on YouTube or find us on Twitch or Twitter, PokerCityNL. Let us know on Facebook. Volgens mij vrij recent, want niemand roept daar nog 9. Ging echt zo. Garcia isn't too shocked about it. He's gonna go on raising as Mazuratse is tanking in the small blind. He's still getting used to his newfound stack. He has to count it, but lets it go this time. And big blind defense by Ricardo. Garcia really crushing this table so far, taking down 5 players in a row, 5 consecutive bust outs where Garcia was dealing out the bust. And only 3 more players are standing between him and 100,000 euros. And he's sitting on 100 big blinds. So he's in control right now. But he has to be careful because Ricardo Mancan is second in chips, and he has already shown that he's experienced and he's not giving up too easily. And as I mentioned, the Belgian player Pierre Magui, definitely not a novice player either. So this could get interesting. It seems like Mancar is considering raising. Yes, he's 3-betting, and the dealer hasn't even counted out the raise, and both the big blind as Garcia already folded. Mazuratse, a lot of support in Georgia, as I mentioned. Very little experience, maybe no experience playing a live final table. Probably none. And you can see he's nervous, but he's also enjoying himself. Many of his friends here in Brussels, and he's enjoying the ride. Secured himself a decent payday, and the rest is just icing on the cake. But it's mostly Garcia and Moncan right now who are clearly going for the win. They want to take it down, that's for sure. 2 big favorites right now. As we get a new dealer, these dealers actually are not local dealers for the Brussels Casino. These are freelance dealers, and they are hired just exclusively for this tournament right now, and they are excellent dealers, true professionals, and it really speeds up the game and ensures a certain quality for the players. And they have many different nationalities, which can be useful because they speak so many languages together. Raised by Moncan and all in by Magui, with 2 players left to act, but Garcia is out of the way. Mazuratse, headache again, but he lets it go. And Ricardo Mancan, initial raiser now with the decision. It's a pretty big shove. It's around 24 big blinds. Oh yeah. Niemand van moet herkennen. Ook niet wat je verwacht. Garcia, who started the final table somewhere in the middle of the pack and managed to build it up. Now the chip leader with 4 remaining, and he's putting on the pressure. And even though he seems rather relaxed, I can see his legs shaking once in a while, rather nervously. It's a big spot. He can win a lot of money right now, and the tension is getting to most players on this final table. I would say that the calmest player so far is Moncan, who has probably the most experience of these players. He's been at many final tables. He's won quite a few tournaments, and maybe it's the sunglasses as well, but he just seems so relaxed. And we're playing a flop, and it's Garcia who opened up. Moncan calling from the small blind. He check called the flop, and now Garcia considering his options on the turn. So second barrel by Garcia. Pretty interesting. Many hands would decide to check this turn. Many value hands. If he has, like, let's say he has a pair of fives, he's definitely not betting the turn. So any pair from fives to tens is not betting the turn. Betting just the 10 is kind of dangerous because you're opening up yourself to get raised on, and you're going to be in a really tough spot. So a 10 is not so likely to bet the turn, but he might bet the turn. So tens and up are a possibility, and of course hand like Trip Kings is clearly betting the turn. But then again, there's also many bluffs which you want to bet the turn with. A hand like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 9, Queen 9. Some random no equity hands or few equity. We're not gonna find out because Garcia takes it down on the turn, and we're gonna go on a short break. 103 big blinds for Garcia, and Mazuratz at a short stack with 13 big blinds. And we're gonna move up a level, obviously after the break, so Mazuratz is gonna be in trouble. So the players are back at the table, and with 4 players remaining, we're getting closer to the big prize money, 100,000 euros for first, and some chips are being removed from the table, exchanged for bigger chips, bigger value chips. We have a new chip in play. It's the red 100,000, the red 100k chip. And we just confirmed the chip counts during the break, so I can assure you our chip counts are correct. Chip leader right now is Garcia with over 400k and Menkan with over 300k. Together they have a sizable portion of all the chips in play because Maziratze has only 500k. Garcia, who started the table, the final table with close to 1 million, runs it up to 4 million, so he's been doing really well. Maji started with little less than what he has now. Is also winning. The only person who has less chips than where he started with is Mazuratse, who started the final table with 1.4 million and now has 510k. It's Maji all in. After Mankan opened, Maji went all in and he took it down. Mazuratse, the short stack with 9 big blinds, really needs to make something happen soon, but I'm not sure if he sees that the same way. He might be a bit too patient, and if he somehow manages to get heads up, I would be pretty surprised. But I mean, I don't mean in a bad way, but he's a pretty inexperienced player and he's been making some mistakes, so it's a pretty tough handicap to battle with. But he's been doing great so far. Reaching top 4 is pretty remarkable. All in by Mazuratse, and this is what he should be doing. He's shoving from the button and takes it down really fast because the players expect him to be careful. Earlier he had 11 big blinds and he wasn't willing to get him in pre-flop with pocket eights. So if he's not shoving eights for 11 big blinds, that means that when he does shove, he's likely to have a big hand. And that also means that the players are likely to get out of the way. Mazuratse, only 1 cash on his animal page for a little over $300, so pretty big spot for him. Yeah. Garcia, 81 big blinds, chip leading, 4.1 million. And Mazurazzo the short stack with 10 bigs. Mankar raising to 110k, takes it down. Garcia on the button. Of course, he's opening. He's been attacking quite a bit, and he's taken it down. Hmm. So it's Mancan and Garcia who have all the playing room. They can pretty much do whatever they want, and the others a bit more. They have fewer options. They should be careful not to waste any chips because they have fewer chips to waste. But that's basically it. And Mazurazzo on the button, faced with a raise, shoves all in, and he's likely to get called. Garcia's gonna ask for a count, and he will find out that it's less than 10 big blinds. But still, you know he's not shoving eights, or at least he shouldn't be if he's a bit consistent in his decisions. So what does that mean for this shove? He's not going to be too light, that's for sure. But it's only 310k more. So you're getting 2-1 on a call. So you need 35-ish% equity to make the call. And Garcia is going to go for it. Garcia, ace-4 and ace-king of spade. Ace-king of spade, the hand for Mazurazzo, who was willing to go with it this time. Of course, and he's way behind, way in front. I mean, with the ace king against the ace 4. Garcia looking for a 4. And flop comes 9-6-5. So far, so good for the Georgian player. He's looking to hold. Backdoor straight draw possibilities. 8 on the turn. A 7 would chop the pot. And only a 4 would knock out the Georgian. It's a 5. That means ace king doubles up. The board spread, but the king kick in place. And the Georgians are celebrating. And the man from Georgia, Mazurazzo, survives yet again. And he stays in contention, and interesting spot there for Garcia with the ace-4. I mean, normally when you open with any ace and someone decides to shove on you for less than 9 big blinds, then you should probably call. But in this spot, you know he's waiting for a wheel hand, and ace-4 is likely to be dominated. Nice double up for Mazuratze, who is still stacking the chips. He folds. Action now on a small blind, but he folded as well. Garcia takes it down with a walk. Mazuratze 18 big blinds, close to Magi now. And he's proven that he's a patient man. So Mazuratze likely to not put his chips in the middle for a while now, and that means Magi might have to decide to go for it if he finds himself in a profitable situation. Race by Mancan. Takes it down. Seems like the best spot for him to open. He is opening under the gun, but Mazuratze is in a big, and he's not defending often. Not nearly often enough. And Garcia is out of position in the small blind. So he's not going to call too much. And as for Magi on his left, he's short stacked, so he has only the option of, well, he could flat, but he's more likely to either shove or fold. And that means it's a pretty good spot for him to open. I would advise the Frenchman to open a lot under the gun if I was coaching him. Garcia opens the button to 125k, and Mancan makes the call from the big blind. So the blind's at 25.50, and Garcia choosing the rather large sizing. You would expect him to min raise, but he's going for the 2.5x. I guess he realizes that Mancan is defending a lot, and he wants to discourage him from defending a lot, so he chooses a bigger sizing. Continuation bets on the flop, and that takes it down. As I mentioned, new chips in play since the last break. The red chips, which are worth 100k. We already had the yellow chips. Well, they're actually closer to orange, but on your screen they might appear to be yellow. Those are 25k's, and the blue chips worth 5,000. Garcia still in control with the 4 million, but Mancan has been going pretty steady. Raised by Mankan makes it 110k. But Maji 3-bets from the small blind and takes it down. 3-bets all in, I imagine. Mankan races under the gun, 110k. And once again, takes it down pretty easily. And this might take a while, guys. It can be boring at times if we don't get to see any flops, but sometimes good poker is boring to watch. But I'm gonna try and spice things up for you guys. If you have any questions or comments, let them know. You can contact us on Twitter at PokerCityNL. You can use the hashtag WSOP Viage on the bottom right of your screen, and you could also contact us via Facebook, PokerCityNL. You can go to YouTube and you can chat there, or go to Twitch. You would be our first Twitch viewer, I'm sure. Oh, you would be our third Twitch viewer. Hey guys, on Twitch. Yeah, it's we're not used to streaming on Twitch, but we're gonna make some advancements there and make sure the layout is better and there's more information on our page. And Garcia opening up to 125k. Manka makes the call, and on the flop, Manka check raises to 325k. Pretty interesting play. It's a pretty coordinated board, 7-6-4 with 2 hearts. So he could be check raising with a wide range of hands. Obviously, the most value type hands are 2 pair combos, sets, straights. But there's also a wide range of semi-bluffs. For example, open-ended straight draw, flush draws, gut shots with overcards, pair with straight draws. And now the ace of clubs on the turn. Pretty interesting card. I was gonna say it's not too likely that either player has an ace, but apparently Garcia did decide to fold on the turn. It's imaginable that Mankar check raises the flop with a nut flush draw, hits a pair, but I don't know. It's an interesting spot. I feel like you have to, if you call the flop, you have to pretty much call the turn quite often, because if your opponent is semi-bluffing, especially a player like Mankar is so likely to continue betting on the turn. And if you're not willing to call him at least twice, then he's gonna bluff you way too often. He's so unlikely to just check raise bluff the flop and then give up on the turn. And I feel like he has such a wide range of bluffs versus a smaller range of value hands. Mazuratse once again counting out all the chips, making sure he has 745k. As we know, we have the advantage of seeing the graphics, but he has to do it the old-fashioned way, count the chips, and he's making stacks of 100k, and he has about 9 chips of 5k. So, and he announces all in. And takes down 200k. Okay, guys, don't worry about our graphics. They're just temporarily slow, but we're gonna try and update them as soon as possible. But in the meantime, I'll talk you guys through it. It's the French player Mancan who opened up on the button, and then small blind shoves all in, and it's ace-8 against ace-queen, and ace-8 is at risk. It's the Belgian player looking for an 8, and once again he gets there on the flop. But so he sucks out the second time and doubles up. So we're trying to solve the issues with the graphics, but in the meantime, let me tell you what happened. The French player Mancan opened the button, and then Pierre Magie from the small blind shoved all in with the ace-8. Of course, Mancan made the call with the ace-queen, and 8 on the flop means Magie doubles up. Magie, I guess it's short for magic because he's already pulled a magic trick twice, getting it in bed and doubling up. The graphics are not really as spot on as the action is, but he hit an 8 on the flop and managed to double up. And now the stacks are actually a lot closer. Magic by Pierre Magie. As we see Mancan taking down the next hand. And Mancan twice the victim of Pierre Magie, who Magie first he reshoved the king-8 against ace-8 and got there, and now he shoves the ace-8 against the ace-queen, and he gets there again. Majoratse nu the short stack by quite a distance. Counting out the chips as Garcia opens the button. Once again, not the best poker face by Majoratse, who is exhaling and blowing off some steam. He is clearly in a lot of stress. He's in a situation he has never been in. But he does decide to raise, and that seems quite strong to me. Especially since he doesn't shove, he just puts in half his stack. Yeah, he 3-bets to 450k with 630 behind, so he was sighing and he was breathing out air, and then he 3-bet to half his stack, so that seemed pretty strong to me. And Garcia wasn't going for it as he folded. And actually, Majoratse now passes the 24 big blinds. So we've got a game. And these guys might go the distance we might be here for a while, especially if Pierre Magui keeps getting lucky like this. He's don't get me wrong, he's a great player, but he's been lucky to survive twice. Garcia opening up to 110k. But Maziratze comes over the top again and once again takes it down. Action folds to Magi in the small blind, and he has plenty chips to play with now. He has 2 million, which is about 40 big blinds. And now he gets to be a bit more creative than what we've seen from him up until now, and he raises and takes it down. So now he's the one putting the pressure on Garcia instead of Garcia pounding away at the rest of the table. Magi raises the button and takes it down. Action folds to Garcia on the button. And I believe he's folded as well. No, he's raised. It's tough to see with those with the lighting, but yeah, he's raised. 125k. And it's Manka defending the big blind. And we've seen this so many times before. Garcia and Manka colliding. The two biggest stacks still, even though Pierre Magi just doubled up and took down 2 pots in a row. 120k bet by Garcia. And Manka makes a call. Queen on the turn, and as we've seen before, Manka not the type to give up too easily. If he would check call a 5 on the flop here, he would often check call again on the turn, for example. And Garcia knows it. So I'm curious to see if he will adjust. In a similar hand, Manka flopped a pair of 5s. I believe it was a 8 high flop and a check on the turn, and he check called twice. And now he's check calling again. 4 of spade on the river, and I would be pretty surprised if Mancan is going to take it down with a small pair, because I would think that Garcia is not going to make the same mistake twice. So either he has to bluff 3 streets or bluff less. That's basically it, because Mancan is clearly calling the turn pretty wide, as he's shown before. So if you want to bluff him, then you have to try a bit harder, or try a little less and only go for value. And it seems Garcia is either trying harder, or he's finally found a hand where he can bet 3 times it. And wow, third barrel by Garcia, and Mancan instantly shoves all in on him on the river. That's interesting. And snap fold by Garcia, who couldn't call. And pretty big hit to the stack of Garcia, who's now probably third in chips. Yeah, there he is. 38 big blinds, 1.9 million. That's a big pot for Mancan. It's an important win for him, as he takes over the chip lead once again. So a king, a 6-5, ace queen board, this hand. There it is. And there's the graphics. Was checked down pretty fast, and now a big bet on the river by Mancan. And a raise by the Belgian, who takes it down.
Different voice in the commentary for a minute. Mark had some small business elsewhere. So it's a flop. 3-8 queen, 2 diamonds. My G3 bet pre-flop, and he got a call from Mancan. It gets checked down pretty quick, down to the 9 on the river. Let's see if someone's gonna bet. Yeah, there's the bet from Ricardo, from Magie, of course. 225,000 is the bet. So this pot pretty substantial because of the 3-bet pre-flop to 325k from Magie. So is Mancan gonna make the call here? It looks like he is raising. That's a surprise. That surprises me. raises up to 800k. Ricardo Monclar putting Pierre Magie to the test here. Important decision for Pierre Magie. He's thinking about it, holding his head with his hand, having a tough time making a decision. Pre-flop, it was the Monclar who opened it up from the button, and from the small blind, Pierre Magie made it 325,000 to go with a 3-bet. Monclar made the call. Flop and turn were checked by both players, and on the river, Magie fired 225,000, and Monclar decided to bump it up to 800,000. And now the decision is with Pierre Magie. He lets it go. Magie folds. So Monclar picks up a big pot again. He's up to 3.5 million, while Magie drops down to 2. There you see Monclar moving further ahead of the field with 70 big blinds, while Magie has dropped down to 40, and about even with the Spanish player Garcia. And at the bottom of the chip counts, with still a decent stack, is of course our friend from Georgia. Another 3-bet by Magie, and once again Robert Monclar is the eraser. One hand after that huge river raise from Monclar. Let's see how this pans out. It was another good Monclar. Open it up. Magie from the button made it 325 to go. And from the small blind, Garcia is bumping it up to 625,000, which is a third of his stack. And our friend in the big blinds, Maizurats, is thinking about it. Mark, what do you make of this?
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Garcia clearly putting a lot of pressure on the three betting Magie, but there's also another player in the hand, and it's Monclar, who's 5-bet jamming, which seems super strong. He's putting both his opponents all in, and Magie is out of his seat. He clearly has a decision. He clearly has a decision. I'm pretty sure he was 3-betting for value, looking at his body language. It's like he has a big hand and he's not sure if he can get away from it. He's sitting down in the seat, hands across his face, and he still has Garcia behind him as well. So he's got, not only does he have Monclar to worry about, he has Garcia breathing down his neck, who called 4-bet in his hand. And if both players call, we might lose 2 players, but that's not going to happen. As in fact, both players fold. Such a strong play by the chip leader, and someone showed ace. I'm not sure who. And he takes down 1,000,000 chips without seeing a flop. That's huge. And apparently, Magi open folded the ace king after Garcia folded. Magi showed the ace king. Pretty tough to fold ace king in a four-handed poker game. And the action, once again, it was Mancan who opened it up. Magi 3-bet, called 4-bet by Garcia, and Mancan didn't fade away. He just ripped it in, putting both his opponent to the test. And Magi ended up folding ace king, which is a huge laydown in this spot, having invested already a decent amount, and such a big hand as well. Basically only two hands he's worrying about, aces and kings, and he clearly gave the chip leader the respect, put him on kings plus, and he decided to let it go, which is a huge fold. I'm not sure if how Mancan would play a hand like jacks or queens. If he would shove a hand like jacks or queens, or maybe even a hand like ace queen, ace king, then it becomes really interesting. Then the ace king becomes a bad fold. Otherwise, I don't know. It might be an excellent fold. Either way, what an interesting hand. Called 4-bet and then 5-bet by the initial raiser. In a four-handed poker game, that's exciting. Wow. And the game continues. There's no time to sit back and relax, because the game doesn't wait for anyone. And Magi opening it up under the gun, getting two calls. Both Mazuratse and Mancan made the call. Check by Mazuratse. Check by Mancan, and Magi decides to check behind. Pretty bad board though, 3 clubs are there, ace king. And now the queen of clubs makes it even more exciting. Someone might have 10 jack of clubs, that would be something. I'm pretty sure if it was Mazuratse, he would be doing backflips by now. Mazuratse has been clearly really emotional during this final. I don't think he would be able to contain himself. He checks. Now Mancan, cool as a cucumber, comes out betting. Snap fold by the Belgian. But Mazuratse, he's not done with the hand. He is counting out the call, so it seems. He's a very deliberate player. He takes his time. And as he should, actually, because it's we're playing for big money. And every decision is huge. But he's made the call. And another club on the river. So both players actually have at least a flush. The question is, how big is it? If you have a club over a 4, then you're beating the board. Mazurat's such a strange player. Looking at his body language, you would think he's not even in the hand. And then he reaches for chips and something happens. If he leads now, it's gonna look super strong. And there's actually 2 straight flush combinations. If one of them has 5 deuce of clubs and the other one has 10 jack of clubs, I'm gonna do backflips. That would be exciting. Such a big moment for the Georgian player who has very little experience. He checks. Now it's up to Mancan to make a decision, and he's putting in the red chips, which are worth 100k. So he's basically shoving on his opponent, putting Mazuratse to the test for all his chips. And Mazuratse, who is clearly out of his comfort zone, he's not. And the floor is keeping an eye on the rail as he makes the call, and he's eliminated. The jack of clubs for Monke, who has the nuts. As well, pretty much the nuts. He's losing to 5 deuce of clubs, but he has the jack of clubs, and Mazuratse called all in with 2 black nines. He had the 9 of clubs, and he couldn't let it go. And we say goodbye to Mazuratse, who finishes in 4th place. What an adventure it was for him. So many exciting moments he shared with his Georgian friends here in Brussels, and he's going to take away a decent amount of money for his 4th place finish. By far his biggest result ever, and it must be a great experience for him. And it was so much fun watching the amateur squirm in his seat, and all the excitement that must have been going through his blood. And you can also see he's clearly disappointed right now. The ride is over for now. The fun is over, and he's gonna finish in 4th place, taking home 31,000 euros, which is a great accomplishment. Well played also by the Frenchman, Mancan, who turned the highest possible flush. And at the time, he didn't have to worry about any other flushes because he was blocking the royal, and on the river he would only lose to 5 deuce of clubs. So he pretty much had the nuts and went for maximum value, shoved the river, and he got paid by the 3rd nut flush. Mazuratse, poor guy, so much emotion on his face, on his body language, but it's the end of the line for him. 4th place. Still, great result for him. 31k. So it's the 3 more experienced players rounding up this final table. 3 players remaining. Garcia, the short stack. Maji, a little bit more. Straighty big blinds, and massive chip leader right now, Mancan, who has been crushing this final table as of late. He the past few, the past hour mostly, he's been winning hand after hand, and he busted Mark Jansen in 6th place, and now he busted Mazuratse in 4th place. And he's a big favorite to take also this title. He's been taking many titles recently. He's been very successful in Marrakesh, mostly in Morocco, winning the WPT National, winning a WSOP circuit event, and he also won the Marrakesh Open. No, excuse me, he came fourth in that event. But he also won, for example, a 300 euro side event of the Italian Poker Tour in Campione. Campione, of course, on the border of Switzerland, so in the far north of Italy, pretty close to France. He has won 6 live tournaments, so that's pretty impressive. He won a Unibet Open actually in Gruissan in France. And he's had some results in his home country. Pretty decent NML page, 631k in live earnings for Ricardo Mancan. As Garcia chips up a little bit. I must say I'm a bit surprised that they allow the players to continue wearing headphones during the final table. It's always tough when there's so many people on the reel and stuff. They could easily be used to communicate with people from the outside, but so you're watching the WSP circuit main event from Grand Casino Bruxelles Viage. We're playing for a first place prize of 100,000 euros. If you haven't been here in Brussels, I can highly recommend coming here for a tournament. It's the casino is located in the center of Brussels. Brussels is a really big city with a lot of good restaurants and nice places to visit. Casino is really close to Monnikepis, a very famous tourist attraction here in Brussels. Very spectacular. Three bet by Garcia this hand. He makes it 300k. And he got called, and now we're looking at a King 10-5 flop. So it's Garcia with the initiative. Magi is in position. So Garcia first to act, and he continuation bets 240k. And he has left himself a few chips behind. So I'm interested in what will happen on the turn as Magi makes the call with 1.1 million chips in the middle. 8 of spades on the turn. Garcia 625k behind. Checks. Is he giving up? Check behind by Magi. And there was a queen of clubs. Interesting card. Both players check. And Garcia shows 4-6 of clubs. As Magi takes it down with the ace-5. That's a pretty aggressive play by Garcia, who loses half his stack pretty much in this hand with just 6 high. He 3-bet from the small blind with 6-4 of clubs, and he decided to bet once and give up. And looking at this board texture, I'm not a big fan of this play because he's gonna get called so often on the flop. Magi has a lot of broadways which are not folding, and if you're not willing to fire a second barrel, then it's not going to work out often enough, in my opinion. Garcia shoves the button now, and Mancan is going in for the kill. He makes the call. Garcia pocket deuces against the ace tray for Mancan. Pretty light call there. It's a 12 big blind shove, and ace 3 is a weak hand, but ace on the flop. Mancan in the lead. Garcia looking for a deuce. It's an 8 on the turn, and he's 1 card from elimination. Only a deuce can save the Spaniard. It's a jack, and it means it's over for Garcia, who played really well at the start of the final. Started as one of the shortest stacks, managed to run it up to 4 million, and at some point it looked like he was gonna close it down. He was chip leading, he was winning all the pots, he was putting pressure on his opponents, he was making the moves, but he made a few moves too many and had to pay the price, and now he finishes in 3rd place with Mancan and the Belgian Pierre Magui going into the heads up. And both players are native French speakers, so I imagine them congratulating each other with reaching the heads up. And clearly Mancan, the big favorite with a huge chip lead. According to our calculations, it should be 6.8 billion versus 2 million. But things can go fast heads up. It's no limit hold'em, and if you're playing no limit heads up, it can go either way pretty fast. If Mancan manages to keep his cool, he might close this down, but as always, the cards will have something to say about it as well. And don't forget, there's much room to play as well. Magi at 40 big blinds, 2 million. And let me remind you that during heads up, the levels will decrease in length. So that means the blinds will go up faster, but then again, we do get to play more hands. And we're going to take a short break to prepare the table for the heads up. And I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. Hang on. We'll be back in around 10 minutes. So we're waiting for the heads up to start, but everybody's talking French, so I have no idea what's going on. But maybe the players want to agree on some sort of deal or anything, but I'm not sure. We're just gonna wait until the players sit down and play again. Okay, basically, so what's going on is the players are discussing whether to make a deal, and the floor is informing the players that making a deal is it's not allowed, or it's not something the WSOP will help the players with. So official deals made at a WSOP final. Uh, we're gonna take a picture of the heads up anyway, and uh, so we're setting the players up to take some pictures of the heads up, and then we will wait to start the action. And the players, as I said, both native French speakers. They are really friendly amongst each other. I spoke to Pierre in the break, and he's telling me that he knows his opponent well, and they have respect for each other. And I expect them to be very gentleman-like towards each other, but. Just one more second, guys. Hang in there. We're getting ready for the heads up. It's gonna be Pierre Magie from Belgium. Uh, of course, playing Ricardo Mancan from France. And it's gonna be, it might be a long heads up. The players have a decent amount of chips. So I'm curious to see what will develop there. So the players are returning to the table, and we're getting ready for a heads up. And as I mentioned, it might be a long one, depending on the style of play the players choose, but they have plenty of room, and if Pierre Magui manages to win some pots, it's gonna be like this. I mean, there's 160 big blinds or something in play, so that's huge. And if Pierre doesn't give up too easily, then it might be a long heads up. And Pierre is putting on his battling hoodie as he folds the button. So the blinds 25k, 50k with a 5k ante. Not sure if we're playing with antes though. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're playing with antes. So 25, 50k with a 5k ante. And as I mentioned, many big blinds still in play. Over 170 big blinds. And another small pot. So this might be a sign of how this heads up will play out. 2 times person on the button folds, which is actually quite surprising if you think about heads up strategy in which the player on a button often raises, very often. Such a big advantage playing in position. And these guys have deep stacks, so it makes sense to raise a lot of buttons. And Magi makes it 125k this time and takes it down. Mangan raises the button this time. And this time we're going to see a flop as Magi makes the call. It's a 10 jack 5 flop with 2 clubs. Bet a 55,000. Sorry, no, it's 150,000 called. The red chips, of course, worth 100,000. 6 of diamond on the turn, both players check. Deuce of hearts. And a small bet, 125, takes it down. Pierre raises the button and takes it down. Raised to 130 by Ricardo. And Pierre makes the call. Queen 8-7. Rainbow flop. Continuation bet of 140k. And a fold as Moncan takes it down. Pierre on the button this time, and he decides to limp. Raised by Moncan. He makes it 200k, and Pierre makes the call. King, Queen 3 on the flop. So Pierre limp called. As Ricardo continuation bets 160. And takes it down. So we started this tournament with 293 entries. We had 2 starting days, and players could do a re-entry each day. And out of the 293 players, these are the last 2 remaining. And they're playing for first place prize of 100,000 euros. Raised by Ricardo, who makes it 100k. And a 3-bet by Pierre, who makes it 310k. And Ricardo moves all in. And a fold by Pierre, and that means Ricardo strengthens his chip lead. He's up to 6.9 million, as Pierre is down to 1.8 million. Still plenty of room to play, but the distance between him and Ricardo has gotten a lot bigger. Interesting that Ricardo didn't manage to complete a full race. He threw in just a little bit too much. Sorry, a little bit too little. And then he got 3-bet and decided to 4-bet jam. So I'm guessing it's a tell that he has a strong hand when he's throwing in too little chips. But as such an experienced player, it might just be a small mistake. Small pot towards Pierre, who limped the button pre-flop. Clearly, that might be his strategy of just limping the button, trying to play as many flops in position as possible. Raise by Ricardo. Obviously, heads up, a totally different game than playing full ring, no limit hold'em. It's all about adjusting to the game of your opponent. In general, it's important to be aggressive. As we all know, it's pretty tough to make a hand in hold'em, and especially heads up, you're not gonna have a hand so many times. You're playing so many different starting hands, and so often you have no pair or no draw, and then it comes down to aggression, or you might have a weak pair. And so far, clearly, Ricardo has been the aggressor, and that's also something Pierre told me in the last break, just before the heads up. He said Ricardo is so aggressive. He's maybe he feels Ricardo is a bit over aggressive. So Pierre is gonna wait for the right moment to try and win a big pot. And here we see that aggression by Ricardo. Pierre opens up, and Ricardo just shoves in all in for, well, 30 big blinds. So that's a pretty big shove. And Ricardo putting on the pressure. Such a powerful play, the all-in shove by Ricardo Moncan, who is clearly the favorite right now. 7.2 million out of 8.8 million in play, so it's looking good for him. But hey, I've been doing commentary for a while, and I've seen many final tables, and especially heads up, things can change so fast. So it's important for Ricardo to remain focused and to not make any mistakes, because he might regret them afterwards. Pierre opens up 130, and Ricardo makes the call. So we're gonna see a flop this time. $125K bet. By Pierre. And on the turn, Pierre takes it down with a bet of 220K. And comes a little bit closer. 29 big blinds now for him as we get a new dealer. Ricardo raises the button, 135. And Pierre makes the call, so we're gonna play a flop once again. Both players check. Uh, 8-6-8 flop, 9 on turn. Both players check, and both players also check the river. And looks like Ricardo is taking it down. It's tough for our graphics to keep up. King high is the best hand. Pretty surprised that Pierre didn't take a stab. If he has less than king high. Once again, a bit more on the passive side. Call by Pierre. And a check by Ricardo. Bet of 75k, takes it down. Oh, sorry, doesn't take it down, he got called. Let's see the show now. 10-4 for two pair. Does take it down for Ricardo. The pace of play has been pretty fast so far. $24 big blinds now for Pierre. He needs to step it up a little bit. Raised by Ricardo, 135, takes it down. Small pot for Pierre. $7.3 million playing 1.5. So once again, we're playing for a first place prize of 100,000 euros. It wouldn't be the first six-figure score for Ricardo Manca, who has actually had a couple. And as we can see at the bottom of the screen, the second place prize 68,000 euros. So we're playing pretty much a heads up for 32,000 euros. Raise by Ricardo and a call by Pierre. Six, tray, 10 on the flop. Checked by Pierre. Bet by Ricardo. 140k. Takes it down. Raised by Pierre, 135. And Ricardo makes the call. Check and a bet of 150,000. And an all in and a call. Let's see. 7-9 for top pair and 7 deuce. So the 7-9 is ahead. Pierre is looking to double up if he holds. He's got a gut shot to go along with his top pair. And Mancan looking for a deuce to eliminate his Belgian opponent. 4 on the turn. This might end up in a chop if the 3 comes. It's the ace. So the 9 plays. And Pierre will double up. For the third time this final table, Pierre will double up through Mancan. This is pretty much where we started the heads up. 6 million versus 2.6. And this is pretty much the strategy of Pierre. He's going to try to win the big pots. But I expect Mancan to be dragging most of the pots. Mancan pretty much the aggressor in this heads-up match, and Pierre more of a passive player. Once again, a limped pot. We've seen this before, which is pretty weird though with the stack sizes. Raised this time by Ricardo. He makes it 135, and Pierre has made the call. Two aces on the flop, and it's check to the river. 75k bet by Pierre. As there comes another ace on the river. And Pierre takes it down. Pierre, this time raising the button, 135. And Ricardo in the big. 3 bets. That's interesting. Pretty small 3 bet as well, 330k. Offering his opponent a pretty good price to make the call in position. However, Pierre decides to let it go. $135 by Ricardo, and is that a 3 bet by Pierre? Seems like it might be. Yeah, it is. He 3 bets to 375, and Ricardo not the type to fold easily, so he makes the call. So we're gonna see our first 3 bet pot flop. It's a queen 4-3 flop, and Pierre is continuation betting. And somehow I got the feeling that Pierre isn't 3 betting too light. The bet is 275, and action is on Ricardo. And he raises, which is really interesting on this flop texture. 620. He makes it 620k, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And now Pierre is all in. I don't know, it feels kind of weird. I feel like Ricardo is gonna fold. I can't imagine him having a queen too often, actually, because if you have a queen, there's really not much reason to raise. And if you're gonna raise, you're gonna snap it off anyway. Otherwise, it would be a bit silly. So it's probably more likely that he has some sort of draw. A straight draw makes the most sense. Some sort of 5-6 or 5 deuce. But it's a 3 bet pot, so I don't know. It's a pretty weird race there by Ricardo, and Pierre takes a pretty big pot, which he's now closing in 3.6 million against 5.2 million. I didn't expect the difference to be this small, and as I mentioned before, heads up is a different game. Things can change pretty fast, as we see right here. Small pot towards Ricardo. So Moncan is still the chip leader, but it's getting pretty exciting. PM managed to make a pretty decent comeback, closing in on his opponent. And even though both players are French speaking, I feel like it would be nice if a Belgian player would win this tournament, as it is the first WSOP circuit event here in Belgium. And he was the only Belgian at the final table, so congrats to him on that achievement. Raise by Ricardo, 135. And 3-bet by Pierre. And both players are playing surprisingly fast, considering what's at stake here. As I mentioned before, it's a pretty big heads up. It's a 32,000 euro heads up. Pretty sure both these players have played tournaments where the first place prize was way less than 32,000. And here the difference between first and second is 32,000 euros. So that's a pretty big heads up. So it was 3-bet pre-flop, and on the flop, Pierre decides to check as Moncan bets 400,000. It's interesting. I can imagine Pierre sometimes giving up, but not this time. He's check raising all in for 3.1 million, and that's actually a pretty big shove. But he gets called. So we're going to see the hands, Jack 7 of clubs versus Jack 8 of diamonds. So the Jack 8 is in the lead, but an open-ended straight off for Pierre. And he's made a suck out before. Can he do it again? He's looking for a 9 or a 4. A 9 or a 4, or maybe running 7s. That's all he can hit because a Jack's no good. It's a 9 of spades. A 9 of spades. What a lucky turn for the Belgian. King of hearts on the river, and they say luck is involved in poker, and we saw it right here because Ricardo got it in really good. His opponent was looking for basically 8 outs. So pretty interesting play there by the Belgian. He 3-bet pre-flop with the Jack-7 suited, which is surprising. I would expect him to defend with that hand instead of 3-betting. And also interesting is the check raise all in on the flop, risking a lot of chips on an open-ended straight draw. And he got called by a hand which was dominating him. He was looking for a 9 or a 4 on the turn, and immediately he hit the 9, securing the straight. And the worst thing that could happen for him from that point was chopping. So insanely good turn for Pierre, who now has a massive chip lead over Ricardo. And I do feel a bit sorry for Ricardo, who has been playing so well, making the right decisions. Also in this hand, he made the call with his top pair and he was far ahead. But unfortunately for him, the poker gods didn't shine upon him in that hand, and he lost on the turn. And now he has an uphill battle ahead of him. But I don't think he's the type of player who is going to be very upset. He's an experienced player. He's been heads up many times before. He has won 6 live tournaments according to his Endemol page, and I expect him to stay calm as he has been throughout the final table. And let's not forget, there's still room to play. This tournament has a great structure, and as we saw throughout the tournament, the average stack hovering around the 50 big blinds. And now heads up, also still plenty of room. And Pierre shouldn't get too cocky because he might still lose this tournament, so he shouldn't give his chips up too easily. He should be careful. But both players are playing so fast. I mean, I like it as a spectator, but as a player, I'm not sure if it's the right approach, because these decisions are very important, guys. We're playing for a lot of money, so that would be a good reason to slow down the pace of play and focus on what's going on. Take time to think about your opponent's range in certain spots. Play back some hands you've played with your opponent before. Play them back in your head and think to yourself what that means to his for his range in certain spots, and take your time to consider your options. As a spectator, I love it. The fast-paced play. It's something that it's more fun to watch, obviously. But as a player, I would still advise them, take your time. We're playing for a lot of money. And Moncan playing 19 big blinds, and he's an aggressive player. Interesting, a 3-bet pre-flop. No, it wasn't a 3-bet. That's why I'm confused. It's an open by Ricardo, and he made it 200k, and that surprised me a bit because it's a bit bigger than what he's been doing. And I guess it has something to do with the blinds, who recently moved up to 40-80, and we were playing 30-60k earlier. So Pierre, as I mentioned, he's been around and he's a pretty good player, but not too many big scores on his Endemol page. His biggest cash to date was a 5th place in the WPT national event here in Brussels, where he won 15,640 euros, and he came 4th in a high roller tournament in Namur, where he won 12k. But apart from that, he doesn't have too many big scores, a lot of small cashes. So it would be a really big win for him. as he's edging closer to that 100k score. 6-figure score is pretty big. He's gonna double his lifetime winnings if he wins this. So this is a huge pot for him. Small pot, checked to showdown, and seems like Pierre has the winning hand. Button limp by Pierre, and Ricardo all in as the hoodie comes off for Pierre. And a fold. Pierre folds as Ricardo drags the pot, and he needed that pot. He's getting short. It's the final table of the WSOP circuit event here in Brussels. First time in Belgium. Many more WSOP circuit events to come in Europe. Race by Ricardo, takes it down. One of my personal favorites, the WSOP Rotterdam at the end of August. Right after the festival in Barcelona, you could go to Rotterdam, starting the 24th of August, the WSOP circuit in Rotterdam. 1650 euro main event, 3.5k high roller, and a few nice progressive tournaments, a 400 euro progressive, 800 euro progressive. So plenty of reasons to come and check out Rotterdam, especially if you haven't been there. Rotterdam is a really interesting city. 3-bet all in by Ricardo, gets the job done. Takes it down pre-flop and moves up a little bit more. Ricardo, I meant to say Rotterdam is a very interesting city, especially if you're a fan of nice architecture and some really beautiful buildings there. And a variety of local players mixed with international superstars. So all in and a call. Let's see it. It's Ace Jack versus the Ace 5. And Pierre is in the lead this time with the Ace Jack. Ricardo at risk with Ace 5, looking for a 5. If there's any justice, he is owed to sucker out at least once. But it's not looking good for him right now. Pierre in the lead with the Ace Jack. Let's see the flop. 9-7 deuce. So far so good for Pierre, but Ricardo's still looking for that 5. He has a backdoor straight draw to hope for. 6 on the turn. One card from victory. Pierre, only a 5. Will change his fate. It's a deuce. It's a deuce, and we have a winner. And he's from Belgium. And his name is Pierre Magui. And he pulled off some magic. He was wearing a magic hoodie. And he sucked out a few times. And he played really well outside of that and managed to grab the title. And I'm gonna congratulate him and talk to him in just a second. Asking Pierre some questions right after the photo moment. Stay tuned. We'll be talking to Pierre in just a moment. He's obviously very excited, and he's gone off to call some family members, I imagine, and he'll be back shortly, at least for the winner photo, and hopefully he will talk to us just after or before the photo. Pierre, such a special moment for you. I can see you're really excited. Can you tell us how much this victory means to you?
Uh, yeah, it means a lot because it's my first big victory, and it's in my hometown. The first WSOP, the event. I mean, it's magical. I run amazingly good, and yeah, so
Yeah, you mentioned the word magical, and you're wearing something which is sort of a magic cape. You managed to escape a death, well, 3 times actually. Can you tell us something about how you experienced the final table?
Um, on the final table, actually, I arrived with half of my stack of starting day, so I was a bit disappointed, but wanted to believe it could always happen. And at first, I wanted to wait for the first pay jump to go out. And once I double up to 2 million, then I started being really thinking, okay, this is happening, it's happening, and never quit that idea. And
So you were positive in your head, even though you could see the players around you playing more hands and stuff. You kept calm.
At some point, it was a bit frustrating because of the ICM thing and also the Georgian players that made some mistake. I would think it would be stupid to. I had some spot that I did not take that I felt okay, maybe I should, but 12,000 euro at this point was still meaning a lot, so I had to let myself die a little and reshoving only real premiums or taking some spot. And yeah, the one with the ace of spade. I mean, at this point, he owed almost my ship, so I could start playing again because he was and got lucky from there. And then overall,
What's it like playing with different types of players? Because as you mentioned, the Georgian player is a bit unexperienced. Does that affect you in any way?
actually, I would say I am quite used to play with different types of player because I've been traveling in. I used poker to travel in some unexpected place and or whatever, so I saw a bit of everything. At first, actually, I did not know that the history, the satellite, and I thought there was, like all those Russian online pro that came here and made some move according to that, and understood finally afterwards that you
He
need
was
to.
quite a novice player, yeah.
Yeah, did this one, but there were others, and yeah, afterwards, I mean, you have to adapt. This one was nice, but somehow I gave him half of my stack in the start of the day, so it was a good thing to, yeah.
You outlast him in the end, yeah.
Exactly.
You won a lot of money, and as you mentioned, you used other money you won for traveling. What's gonna happen with this money? What's next for you?
Uh, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I will keep traveling, investing in myself. For from this money, from the 100K, it's already 20% giving to, like, there is 10% for a friend, 4 to another, 1 to my little brother, and 5 I promised before the event I would give to charity, so it will make a nice check for them.
Oh, that's great.
And the rest, I mean, I will just use it to, yeah, for my life or whatever is next. Keep playing and.
It's a lot of money and it's a big victory and so nice in your hometown. And I wish you all the best and it was nice seeing you in. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. From here in Brussels, I would like to thank you guys for watching. It's been a wonderful time, first time here in Brussels, and we saw some great tournaments this week. The live stream from the 3K, and of course also the conclusion of the main event with the Belgian winner, and it was a great experience. Thank you guys for watching, and see you guys soon. Thanks.